Yo, how is everybody? Happy Friday. Hope you're all doing well. I'm doing well. Pretty good day so far. Um, Stuff happened. And yeah, I had lunch. And then here I am. Cool story, right? Anywho, let's check out what we left off with. So this should be clean from last stream, not yesterday, day before. And scaled it up a little bit. It's the only real change. I might have also disabled one of the cameras that I had to constantly upkeep. Now we should just be able to start it and walk around. Okay. So get the textures in. I don't think it's Zora's Walk. Like the back legs are a little bit sunk into the ground, but not too bad. I think I want the arms to swing a little bit more on the basic walk. We might redo everything. You notice it turning? I notice it. Animator. Nothing is telling it to turn. There should be one in here that's blue. Maybe it's like this. Okay, so it's just walk with walk. So if I hit shift, it goes full speed. If I, just for this controller, if I don't hold shift, it goes at half speed. As you can see, everything. Shift is a full. I want to get these stats out of here. Oh God, Unity, please work with me today. Okay, all right, wait. We can change this maybe really easily. Go to Lamia. We have to re-import some stuff. I went to the wrong one. Oh wait, I didn't. It is this one. Looking for the walk. And we're going to bake the original. Okay, seems to walk straight. Yeah, because this one's not supposed to. The other ones have a little turn. Maybe it's not the worst. We are kind of controlling the rotation of the root joint at the end. It's one of the things we actually have to adjust. We're doing the turn poses. Though not the strafe. I think we have to do this for the strafe as well. Well, okay. Rotation, bake into pose. We can do that. Strafe. Rotation, original. Rotation, click, original. Help. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Go. This weekend. Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm doing any work. Might be working tonight a bit. But walk forward. Let's zoom in a bit. And I'm not turning. Good. Shift. Still not turning. Just a little stiff. Okay, that's pretty jerky. Alright, so we have to fix that today. I'm gonna say it's so weird, but then I bet we're gonna find. I wanna get slow. Slowness is a problem. It's a little jerky, but I don't know if it's too jerky. Yeah, turn just needs to be. To be honest, turn can be really tricky. Because turning is how we're going to end up aiming. So if you go too sensitive on the turning, it means that you can turn really fast, but yeah, you can like skip over the threshold that tells you whether you're aimed or not. You know what I mean? You can like, if aiming me at you is like this, I can go from being this to this and not actually have like a way to get to you unless it's like offset by a little bit every time, and eventually one of the times that it snaps back it would be facing you enough. But if that jitters or if you move at all, then all of a sudden I'm stuck, like, you know, no good. Can't flip flop like that. So the granularity for the animators is important. Thank you. And strafe. Strafe is, it's just bad for one direction. I think it's in the Maya file. Find that. We also need to get the armor either parent constrained, which wouldn't be bad. Maybe we can have something that allows you to blow off armor. That works pretty well. But the opposite is gonna work. Well, besides, yeah, the obvious. Strafe's not bad. It's a strafe. I guess I almost wish we just had more dynamism. Because if we could lower the center of gravity a bit, the legs can extend more. So going from a slow walk to a fast walk could be just lowering the gravity and then making the distance that the limbs go a little bit more extreme. Okay, no, the back legs actually look like they have a shuffle. What's going on with the back right leg? Okay, yeah, that's not planting correctly. This one's alright. Noted. And by noted, I mean I didn't write that down. Let's go poke some stuff. Alright, let's go to walk. Foot control. What do you do? Craft that. I don't see why that would be a problem. I wonder, is this something about how blend is looping? Man, I'm already at a place where I'm like, wait, this and different better. It sometimes is. Okay. So, where's the center of gravity? I'm seeing a little issue. So the X is how tilted we are. We go up for this step. This should happen soon. Let's translate. I think we should go up soon. We're just stepping up for weird parts. I think by like here, I actually want to raise up. Maybe that's it. Maybe we just add another little bump in. And then we kind of need it up for this. Yo, Grimy. Thanks for the lurk. Hope you're doing good. this one. Okay, this is awkward. This needs to come down a bit. I hope I'm not getting too in the weeds. Just to dip down just a bit. I think this flat. That. That. And we need to come down here, I think. Those need to come down slower. Keep it flat, move it up, and hopefully Nope, I don't like it anymore. Okay, what is this? Such a gotta be. does pretty much loop. Yes, sometimes the last frame will overlap. Okay, this one, I just want to make sure that it's stepping up enough. Okay, that'll do it. I think I want this to be here. Maybe if we flatten this, we'll get a this could be it. Trying to reset the back legs kind of makes that too high. Oh, that's good. Still lower than the other feet. Okay, now why don't you seem to go back? It's zero. That goes back to zero. That one's fine. And you're not supposed to be zero exactly, but then we bring this up to whatever this is. This hopefully works for both. Do we push further? The tail also doesn't quite. That's not too bad. So starch just like a hair further back. Virtually identical. I'll take it. How about all these? Hmm. Okay, yeah, much closer. Just the other one. Exact. And flatten. They go into each other. Okay, if it's not this. Oh yeah. Oops. Missed one. Where do you even go? Okay. Same. Same. Okay. Should be good. Virtually identical. Okay. Do we do bigger arms? Make it more swingy, maybe. Hmm. Actually, select you and you, and you. Yeah, it is more natural. Fine, fine, fine. We do the easy one. I think means just you can pretty much be flat. I guess they're all flat. I'm overcomplicating it. Okay, now there's just a series of spines that look like you. What's your deal? Why are you like this? Who made you like that? Guy needs to be just as far down, right? Okay, pose is the same at least. It's just the neck now. It's amazing how the whole spine works together, isn't it? Any one part can make any other part look horribly balanced. A slight being out of place. I don't know if we need one. There's also the cog. Let's say that one's okay. A little off, but Terabad? God, what are you doing for us? I feel like I don't trust it, but this. These were flat. Thought I gave you a pass. It's you, isn't it? Yo, Icon, what up? How you doing today? Happy Friday. Gotta be this. Yo. What are you up to today? Do anything cool? Maybe prepping for the weekend? I am. Even though I have no idea what I'm prepping for. The wife finally has like a full weekend off, Saturday, Sunday. Got a golden weekend. I'm gonna enjoy it. Alright, I just want to mute it. That's awkward, never mind. So it is this one. Mm. Happy. That's all you want. What are you doing? Oh, you look from side to side. Well, you know, that curve is still. Anime. This is where we want the head control. Nothing on any of you. Okay, it's just the two neck. Those are the same loops. Both that. Are that part loop. Okay. Definitely a little nod right there. That's kind of nice. Where are you coming from? There's nothing on the head. Okay, shake a minute. That would have made it easier. It's not impossible. Reset anywhere. And we created, say, another control, some sort of nerve thing, like a circle. Just put that out here. Okay, and then this one being the neck control. It's already. Okay, wait. I'm about to create a horrible feedback loop. Let's abandon this. Or I God. Yo, zombie, what's up? How are you? What are you up to today? How's your Friday going? I delete everything. So fighting with those stupid end stops? See. Wait, what's going wrong with the end stop? Working while working? No problem. You do you. Busy man with a podcast thing. If anyone likes podcasts, check out just shout out. Check out Icon33 doing an awesome podcast every Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, if I remember correctly. But don't trust me, go check out the schedule. Everything's going wrong. We've decided to use a somewhat thin CAT's cable. Oh, Cat 5. Right. Hmm. Okay. Does it need to be shielded? Do you need a, oh, what do they call that? I don't want to say it like a ferrite core? Is that what they call it? The iron thing that you put around wires to make sure that they don't get magnetically interfered with. Their crimping tool is either squishing those stupid connectors, snapping off the cable. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, the smaller your wire is, the harder it is to crimp that stuff. Yes, I went through 3 crimpers? I guess 2 crimpers until I found my third one that actually I could work with to do like JST. JST is that's the size, right? The little pin connectors. It's used for motherboard fans and all that stuff. Yeah, they're a pain in the butt. Or it doesn't hold at all, yeah. For the crimping of the JST stuff, I found that it was best to try and wrap. It has like 2 sets of arms, one up top and one down the bottom. I found it best to have the bottom one wrapped around and dug into the like cable insulator, rubber around it, and then the top one to be like half on or like just around, like touching some of the wire and clamping on that way. Yeah, those were always tricky. But yeah, I would use them a little bit higher than they were supposed to go, and it would make a slightly better contact, I think. Should have used Fat Cat cable. Yo, Catless, what's up? How are you today? Should have bought better tool and connectors. Fair, fair. Yeah, the crimping tool, that's expensive. Maybe not the most expensive thing, but I remember grabbing a couple of them. You know, the budget version was not that much cheaper than the good one. I guess it was just better to get the good one. I think I want to say I ended up with Irwin. That's the one that was successful. Going for 3 by 0.75 millimeter. Gonna solder directly to the sensors, and if the crimps won't hold there, directly resolder the connectors from the board. I mean, you could do, I guess. Can you use like the jumper cables? Can you do like a? Do you have a male to female jumper? Or even more dangerous, I think I have alligator. Oh wait, I legit have it within grabbing distance. Dude. Alligator clamps, crocodile clamps, what do you call these? Alligator clamps to male and female JST. Isn't that the most crazy, wild, and dangerous thing you've ever seen? Now I don't want to separate them. But yeah, when I finally get around to doing one of those projects I mean to do, I'm gonna have big bulky alligator clamps all over it before I ever like commit to anything. Going for semi-fixed, that makes sense. I'm not at that part of my electronics career. I'm still in the everything should be easily taken apart phase, or just always temporary. The word of warning to anyone else starting out in electronics. the cheaper and more temporary your connections, the more a chance that the problem is in your connection. And a breadboard and those little jumper cables don't always do anything good. They don't bottom out all the time. Trying to set up the electronics, you don't need to fiddle around if you want to add or change something up top. That makes sense. But then you're almost getting like a daughter board situation. So my printer, my rigid bot, it has a main board, and then each extruder got a daughter board that would handle thermistor, the oh man, I might thermocouple. What else? Fan, extruder, and then that just had a serial cable that went from that to the main board. A little proprietary, but it kind of made sense. It was a nice situation. Hot end and sensor will get a connector right on the frame. That's cool. Yeah, I guess my hot end was on the gantry. Or like the daughter board was on the gantry with the hot end. It wasn't too bad. And then I think all the end stops were on the main board. So they were kind of like longer and just, wound around into the corner. And then you can't get to the main board easily. You have to like shift the bed. Pull a few extra wires so you can do the rest in software. Man, that sounds like a Linux user. I'll just make a few extra connectors. I'm sure in the future I'll be able to use these. Off. Yep. I mean, yeah, not that I don't do the same stuff in my code. This is for a future feature that I promise I will eventually implement. Sure. This. Or that. We'll ignore that. It will be fine. Okay. I think we just around then. We balance it out. Light mad science. Right? If they go in the opposite direction. You need to do the difference math between this point and this, the same as this point and this point, and lazy. I need a built-in calculator. No, that's offset from set. Odd. Okay, well the height's the right. it, not bobbing around on the side. So I'm using to be since the beginning how many 3D printer people are completely overwhelmed by the software. Juggling a bit of firmware, Linux host for Clipper control, easy. Yeah. So I could see like setting up Octoprint being a bit tricky. So my 3D printer was the first time I ever opened the Arduino software, and I was like, oh my god, this is an IDE, and this looks just like processing. And actually, Arduino, is that a C-like? I mean, it is a C-like, I think, because it has the squiggly brackets and stuff, but it's not unfamiliar, to be honest. It was cool to like dive into that. By dive, I mean have to look at it and make a few variable adjustments, but then also feeling like if I needed to and I had an idea of how I would want to go about it, I could actually make changes to the firmware of my own printer. That was kind of cool. The only thing that was a bit foreign was like getting the baud rate, which is just on the board specs, and then the like COM port. Yeah, that was a cool tiptoe. Yeah, that's not too bad. Some people have some crazy setups. Once you say Linux host for Clipper control, I'm like, I think that's beyond me as well. I'm sure I can follow some tutorials, but I have this stigma in my head that Linux always... Okay, I'm going to make this statement, and I want you to laugh at me, because I really hope it's untrue. Linux is much more complicated, more steps, and more options to install than Windows. Now, obviously, Windows is super user-friendly. It just installs pretty much the one thing that it does. But then it has all the bloatware crap that it asks you about. And I'm going to be honest, I know I am on the border of power user. I don't give enough care about my file system to be making those choices when I'm trying to get to an operating system. You are wrong. Thank you, Zombie. I appreciate that. I like being wrong. That means the world is a better place. So like there's streamlined settings then, right, that I'm missing? And the people that I talk to about Linux are just really excited about being able to set up literally every microsystem within the kernel. Way less steps nowadays. And doesn't bloat? I would believe it doesn't bloat. It's almost a bit of the problem, though. It's very manual. It's been long enough. I should try Linux again. And Octoprint is easy. It's got the USB connection to your printer as your PC. Okay. Alright, that makes sense, I guess. Do you remember the old partitioning system? That's still there, but optional since forever. Okay. Use the recommendation and be done with it. You know, as long as it's not going to cap my file size, and it's not going to add weird .ds store to all sorts of weird crap. You know what I mean? Like, somewhere in between all the weird file system nuances. No file name limiter? Oh my god. Maybe my only real problem with Windows is like, wait a second, if I'm backing up my anything, somehow I can write a file initially that's very long in a bunch of folders, nested, to make a huge path. I try and copy that for some reason, it's just like, nope. We don't know how to rename things. And we definitely don't know how to deal with having even a short name in an impossibly long folder chain. Like, come on, guys. Yes, yeah, the path limit is the only problem that I've ever had with the stuff, Windows stuff. You know, besides the operating system changing, UX shifting, that's obviously annoying for everybody. One of the biggest problems at work, people making folders and file names that are just insane. Oh, yeah, I believe it. So believe it. I mean, yeah, mine can get kind of insane. But I guess I don't make my folders too deep. That kind of helps. Like we should be on rotate Y. We go this way, something like that. There's actually a registry toggle to change the limit. You won't tell them that. I need it just for copying files over, and then I'm pretty sure everything's fine. I don't need like a giant folder name for the backup, but you do kind of need to throw stuff in stuff. Anyway, I also don't think I've had that problem in years. Fortunately for me. Oh man. I think I went the wrong way. Okay, that's just some weird Z-rot problem. Which I'm sure I'm probably just introducing. Oh, there. Sweet, you can't rotate it. So you should definitely go Octoprint if you got a spare Raspberry Pi. I have maybe spare Arduino minis laying around, but no spare Raspberry Pi. I've never really played with a Raspberry Pi. And then I heard they got expensive during COVID, because I guess a lot of people are tinkering. And also shortages. Yeah, I never got one. Needs a webcam to be really fun. So at the camp I taught at, they would do Raspberry Pi stuff. I never taught that course, but they would give each student a Raspberry Pi and this screen. If I remember correctly, it was like a screen that you plug into the Raspberry Pi, and it just kind of runs runs Linux and lets you code up and push stuff to the attached Raspberry Pi, but also the Raspberry Pi can just be used as like a very low power desktop. Very interesting. So Octoprint needs a Raspberry Pi. Yeah, I think I knew that. Basically swaps out your PC. Gives you a web interface for control. It's cool. Yeah, I don't know if I ever need that. Maybe someday. I don't leave the house enough. 3D printer's right there. That's a chest. We don't care about that one. There. And it swims. I feel like I just need to point the head itself. So head has parent constraint. Okay, fine. We're gonna try that thing. First, save scene as 11 thing. Let's say it like this. If you're in the same room as your printer, don't bother. If you're somewhere else and you want to control and watch it, go Octoprint. That makes sense. And also, like, start and stop. Is there a way to clear? Like, you wait for it to cool enough, and then it lowers the gantry and pushes the thing? You know what I mean? But you need enough height on your printed part for that to be true. Otherwise, you might break. You'll probably break something. That might be good enough. Do up and down. Fine. Head aim control attached to will. Okay, hold on, I done messed up. One problem. One tiny, almost insignificant problem. There we go. Make sure everything's centered. Okay, hold on. One more change. This itself, we can freeze. Be there, we group it. So that. That in here, so now it can be reset. Good. Okay, I think we're good with that. You can do that if you want someone to automate a lot of prints. At some point, I think making a couple of prints might not be a terrible idea. Or like, if you have a failure, being able to clear the build plate and try on a different section of the build plate, because that can work. Obviously, if you get an error and you knock it off, the place that you just printed might not adhere as well. One crazy thing that actually got heated conveyor belt. Okay, clicking this. This sounds cool. Ooh. Oh, it's Creality too. They're supposed to be pretty good. It's quaint. It's cozy. It's like it prints at an angle. Like a little cottage. It's a whole cottage industry. I love it. Oh, and a GIF. I love GIFs. That's so cool. And then it would peel itself off. So as long as you don't have a thin, flexible piece, you're good to go. I love it. I love it. Kinda want one, but I wonder what the actual use case is. When is a 3D printed part better at scale? I guess it's the only thing that's not manual, right? Otherwise you print a part and you have to make a mold and you actually have to like build a mold and release a mold. It's a lot. Face shield holders, that's not a bad idea. I wonder if you could get it to print miniatures slow enough that they look really good. I've seen some things. Have you ever seen any of those YouTube videos that are like, use these hacks for perfect miniatures, and then they show the miniatures and they're, well, they don't look like they're acetone smoothed. That's important because that just makes everything a little bit blobby. It's really just an erosion pass over everything. But yeah, kind of crisp, and then you just can barely see any layer lines, if anything. And then you check it out, and they have a way to break Cura, and they're printing at like a day per tiny miniature. But yeah, if you were going to do that and you could sustainably print, then you don't want any downtime between having to print multiples, right? So having it automated and able to just like shove off old ones into a bucket would be perfect. In your humble opinion, people think theirs stuff is always looks better than it actually is. And on the other hand, pics of 3D prints are pretty much always bad. This is true. I forget the clickbait I saw. I thought it was so good though. And it was legit like so slow. It worked so slow. It was like, again, 12 hours for a tiny miniature that should probably only take 2. And then no infill. And something about having it do perfect infill plus some like vase mode settings. So it's just continuously printing very slowly. No vibrations. And I guess if you don't have the nozzle go off too much, then in theory you'll probably never get injection molded parts, right? But probably get kind of close. I watched too much YouTube to actually be able to find a previous YouTube video. So rip that. I might be able to find it, but I wouldn't put my money on it. Okay, so the head can move after we aim. Just make sure that all of these rotations, that they're all 0. Okay, fine. Are we good to set control existing? Just fix everything. Sort of. The control should probably move forward. Oh, this is probably going to break the thing. The death animation, unless we let it toggle off. Maybe. Something we're fighting. Have I seen those experiments with movable nozzles for printing without any supports? Like briefly. If you have more though, let's show it. I want to see it again. Do they wiggle around? I can imagine them wiggling. Did I really do that? I did rotate. Perfect. Maybe. Probably lock. Okay, better. Fix pretty much everything about the walk. I'll have to copy that over. Wonder if we should look. Oh, we broke everything about this. Everything. Okay. Here we go. Okay, that's fixed. Finally. Whoa. How much is that though? That's gonna be an expensive actuator. Maybe it's not too bad. Just need a servo. It's gotta be a really reliable servo, right? Ah. Okay, this hot end is crazy. I love it. It's amazing how just having an angle on the nozzle gives it to you. I guess it's a pretty big negative space. Hmm. And dude, I want that. Zombie, if you ever do that, we are reopening the Power Armor helmet file. We're both getting Power Armor helmets. I'm going to figure out how to make the full sensor arm actuated and attached to the helmet properly. We'll do it. Because it will have like a third of its time taken out. Like I already slice it pretty well. But if it doesn't need supports, I wonder how it would do a helmet. We might still need to split it in two. Man. Heal? Oh goodness, what did I get myself into? Have I ever showed you the Power Armor helmet? I wonder if I have a video of it somewhere. Hmm. Give me a second. I hope I have it. Man, it was a long time ago. I thought I had it on Dropbox. You know what? It might be in a folder. And if it's in a folder, there's no. Oh yeah, little to no chance. Um. Hmm. Okay, wait. There's. Hmm. Where did I put it? I don't know. I'll have to look it up some other time. See, I should have a video of me putting it on and taking it off. It's, I'm not gonna say it's hard, but it takes a step or two. Yeah, I can't find it right. Yeah, for shame. I should definitely be more organized. I guess it's another vote for organizing my life. Oh, I took it out and showed the real thing? Perfect. Perfect, yes. I just need to figure out how to attach the ear cup to the hole. I don't know. I might be open to collaborate if you or Catless were interested in trying some pseudo engineering. Because it is engineering, it's just, you know, not critical for almost anything. This part's the weird part. Let's have on the aim control. Add attribute. There you go. Let's finish the mouse first, down in the skunk works. All right, I think that's a great idea, and obviously we have priorities, but I'm going to pitch this alternate idea that we should shut down immediately. That if we have one that isn't hinging on someone's ability to be more capable in the world, you know, it's less of a real engineering project, right? And it might actually have some similarities in some places. So obviously we shouldn't do it first, but it is kind of a low stakes, get your feet wet kind of project. Committee meeting got a bit overdue. It was supposed to be last weekend, right? Everyone just got busy. I like that. Add attribute, there it is. Long name. Use vein control. That's a long name. Short name. Table's good. Float's good. Pool's better. Float's better. Flying. Oh, okay, wait. Minimum 0, max 10. That way we can lerp. Alt 0. Good. Cool. Now I should have somewhere something that helps us actually set up a set-driven key. Oh my, why'd you get so big? So this is the driver. I want this to go from 0 default 10. You don't need the max. 0 to 10. Driven one is this one. And the weight goes from and would be on, right? Default should have been 10. Cool. If I select this and I do this, we can toggle it on. Cool. I love when I do stuff to help me. Should work on a real power armor. I feel a little insulted. What do you think I've been working on? Fusion core could get problematic. Sure, so we start with the external things that we can power externally. Like the helmet's not going to have the power armor, or the fusion core to power the power armor. It needs to just have a little connector bit in the back that connects to the rest of the suit to grab our power. Like, yeah, we're working on it. Helmet just needs the right wiring. Again, a little bit more rigidity would be good. Maybe it's slightly bigger so we can put more padding in. Like right on my head. Yeah, I mean, if we fleshed out my design all the way, I think it would have had the ability to connect to a self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. With low pressure. Actually, I don't know how you do the neck gasket. That's maybe the only problem. Not sure how sturdy the squared plastic will be when we take over the world. Well, we print it in plastic, but then we make molds from that, and then we pour. Would you do? We wouldn't do cast iron, right? That would be nuts. We would do aluminum billets. No, I don't know. In the true future, right? I'm looking at BattleBots, and I'm like, BattleBots has been escalating and escalating, and how is that not the future of warfare? And they have already gone beyond Hardox to hardened tool steel. I think they're on like AR-17 or something like that. Hardened tool steel. It's pretty intense. But it's really amazing to see, Hardox actually kind of shatter. Like easily. Like a glass being hit by anything. Right? Don't we all want power armor helmets? So we need to all promise that we're not going to like give out the design. Like that's not the intention. This is something I want gate kept. We need to be the elite few that have awesome working power armor helmets based off intentional original design, which has never actually been even like imagined, really. I have not seen anyone use the hinge in the power armor helmet but me. Everyone else, I wonder if they even know it's a hinge. Like, I've never seen anyone do anything hinge-like to it. That's what makes me think it's so cool. Like, all the other ones, the T51, kind of like the original one, it's just a big bucket, and then it has an extra thing. It doesn't have any, like, splits or anything on it. It's just a big bucket with a cool pair of goggles. And supposedly that's a predecessor. I don't believe it. Oh no, please don't crush my dreams. I guess I haven't updated my worldview. Okay, power armor frame. It's kinda cool. I was always on the fence about what the frame should actually be. Hope I'm not out on a limb on this. Everyone else has thought about this, right? If they had their own power armor. Because the one from Fallout 4, like all this functionality, it is cool, but in some way it was just like almost too real. Like, I don't know. Think about it like a car. Like, you have to leave it somewhere. You have to make sure someone doesn't steal it. Clunky. And from that ideology, I don't know that I want one in that style. Even though this is really cool. Also, the idea that you could use power armor pants separate from the torso, separate from the arms, separate from the head. We've gone away from that. That doesn't exist in Fallout 4, but it was in Fallout 3 and Fallout 3 New Vegas, Fallout 2? Question mark? I think they have all the pieces. And that is cool. That's from 3 years ago. And 3 years ago. Is there, did he continue? I don't see any recommended that's like from the same project. Oh well. Maybe everyone played and got bored of Fallout at the same time. I know I did. Key this here. Key this. Go back to the death. This death, we key this off. And when I woke up this morning, I didn't think I would be plotting power armor projects. We have a little catching up to do. There have been reasonably well-working exoskeleton projects for a fair number of years. This is true, but I either completely count them or completely discount them because they either look dumb or they're trying to be like Call of Duty exoskeletons. You know, they're either like trying to be functional or be functional. That's it. And they all look dumb. My opinion. It's my hot take. Especially when people try to strap them to themselves. Like, I'm going to augment my knee capabilities, and they strap to like their calves and their thighs, and I'm just like, oh my god, the horror. About 2 months ago, it itself looks apart. The army version looked fairly good for what you recall. I mean, yeah, but they don't look like this kind of power armor, right? I almost feel like the power armor in Fallout, I don't know. It either doesn't work or it actually has some like really amazing tech. There's not, I wouldn't think there's a ton of room to actually put servos and actuators and stuff in the power armor. But they do have lots of coverings that go between things, and it's like, well, if they just had a futuristic retracting material, maybe they're doing everything with the joints instead of doing things in the like structural part that connects to other structural part, you know what I mean? I missed the link? Oh, that one. Okay, cool. Thanks for that heads up. I'm going to give you a thumbs up on this. I can't be completely negative. I don't love the forearms. Forearms are... There needs to be more shape on this. But in theory, if you just did an art pass on this, I don't know. And we need some space age tech. Or no, we need the room temperature superconductor. We need one of those. That way we can make motors that are way more efficient, right? Because I want to... You need a small motor to actually be able to move a lot. You need actual armor. This needs to be protective, not like flimsy whatever the crap. That's why I kind of like the foam ones better than what this is doing. Because they're at least showing the bulk of what an armor would be. Definitions. Power armor is an armored exoskeleton. Catless. Power armor includes an armored exoskeleton. I don't know. I feel you just need to separate it. It needs to have an exoskeleton and it needs to have armor. I feel like they're just not both quite there yet together. But if you have a link to the what the army's working on, I'm down. Let's watch it. Legs could use some more work too. I agree. But we need this to be made out of cast iron and also able to be like, you know, lifted by motors. Not you. That's my future. That one's cool. And then we just need to redo walk turn stuff. Okay, so we save this. Do we run the script again? Maybe we do. I'd love to figure out what's wrong with this. Oh, maybe it was me. Maybe it'll be fixed this time. Because I added in some extra keys. We're saved, right? What? Get this? How did that happen? I'm gonna undo that one. I think we're hiding the other one. Yeah, that creates a new spot. That tries to name it. Did I need to select some stuff? I guess you guys. Hey, I hope everything has a key. Gonna run it. Maybe we can convert a bunch of e-scooters. That would be interesting. Those have some pretty nice parts, and I hear they get abandoned all the time. In the worst ways. Time for the desoldering iron. Fun. You know, I might want to push it further. Maybe we go 30 degrees. You know what I need to figure out? How should we actually do the aiming? Is there a way to get the aiming to be on a different time scale from the rest of the AI? We do some crazy absolute madness, like while we're in the action for aiming, we increase the rate that the AI functions. So I feel like aiming is like a pretty popular thing. A lot of things you can do it at once. That could be a nightmare. That could be real, real bad. It feels like it's not actually taking that last step. Okay, we're gonna fix the legs. No, that's better. Okay, it's a little weird. Like we want, think. This. Ish. Kinda. I think aiming is a pretty popular thing. I mean, tell me I'm wrong. I should get a quote bot going. But you know what I mean, right? Like, it's not like an enemy aims and then is aimed. Like, an enemy is going to keep polling to see if it is aimed, and if it's not, it will update it. And, like, whenever it's not firing and not closing a distance with you, it'll be aiming at you. So, like, whenever they're standing around, they're calling that. So, when you think the game should be the most idle, it's actually working the hardest, and that feels like a trap. You know what I mean? I'm sure you do. Hmm. Yeah, this does push out. Kinda makes sense. Is there more that we should add to it though? Might not have been the right one. We'll adjust it. I don't think I like that one in there. One. More time to clean up the last. Be careful, because my could definitely crash doing a lot of stuff. All of this stuff being saved in an undo queue. One slot of an undo queue. Easy for it to get overwhelmed. Yep, I should do it again and make it turn. Maybe tighter. Keeping that hard coded. Cool. Now we wait. It's not taking its full. But when it does, it's fine. Okay, I'll take it. Oh no, that's the right one. Oh. It's not bad. Not bad. There's a little cheddar. So weird. What am I even moving? What's a foot? I'll end at roughly the same angle. This should also be up. So it would also make the same angle by the end. Sell the e-scooters, get a bunch of these instead? Okay, what am I clicking on? I mean, those are expensive. 18 Newton meters of torque. Of rated torque. So that's torque that you're putting into it. Okay. And 48 peak torque Newton meters. 26 radians per second is the max speed? That's intense. Okay, yeah, sure. If you only need one of those per limb, then your power armor's only gonna. I wonder if we could diffuse one on the back. You just need like 5. I mean, yeah, that seems like a possibility. And at 5, then your power armor is only going to start if someone donates you all of the raw structural materials. That's only gonna run you like 4,000 bucks, maybe. Could be more unreasonable, honestly. Oh no, I'm out of water. Pretty brave test pilot? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Well, I mean, at first, maybe at first what you do is actually try to make an automated dummy. Not quite a robot. You don't need anything too intense. You just need something to be able to, like, maybe even externally, just twist a test dummy's body around to test actually putting pressure on the pressure receivers to activate it and make sure that it's not going to, like, snap your spine. Definitely start with a dummy. Definitely start with a dummy, and then move on to the brave test soul. Oh man, how I love not being an engineer that can someone's life so easy. Hello, why do you not function? There it is. Why do they both go the same direction? This is funky. Oh, you know what? I bet it's the knee. Good. There's just maybe a little other rotation we should add in. So Catalyst, are you saying that you wouldn't be the test pilot? And if we were actually doing this, I hope we would get the funding to actually spend the time to also create the proper test rigs, you know, and not have to risk someone's life. Okay, these need to move. We're in turn left, which is actually right. So let's that and you'd like to be sure there are no cases where the knee drive accidentally gets a negative target angle. So it should have some hard stops, definitely. Both physical hard stops, hardware hard stops, and you know what? If we have servos that don't have 360-degree capability, which why would you? 360 capability is probably more expensive in a servo. You definitely don't want more than 180. Yeah, let's say 100. Just because there's usually a little bit of dead area. And then we do the hard stops, and then we do software stops, so it can only overdrive you by a bit. Do you need to, I mean, I guess you need to go full, not even full 180, less than 180 on just the elbow. I don't know if the shoulder needs to go up all the way. I don't think that's anything anyone expects to be able to do. That could be 90. Even because the rest angle probably shouldn't be completely down. And do you have a clutch system to have one motor drive multiple axes for each joint? How big are these actuators? Does not exactly say. Specifications, here it is. Six M4s. Okay, that's the. Why can't I figure out the right line that's telling me the right size? Okay, alright, I'm getting an idea. That's pretty bulky. I don't know if you could have 3 of those per joint if you need to do twists and stuff. I'm interested. You're worried about the knee. I'm worried about the spine, actually. Because the whole upper armor needs to be held up by the lower armor, right? So whenever you twist a little bit, it needs to be able to power twist. Because your bore should not be able to turn that much machinery, right? And snapping your spine, that's my #1 problem. I don't want to have my I don't want to be twisted like that. No? I hope no one finds that ridiculous. Put foot. Cog. What else we're looking for? Good enough, right? Okay. Go too high. Where do we go by the end? That's really where they're supposed to be. This one. Move up. That means those are in the right positions. These are all wrong. Figured it out. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's interesting how that just gets a little bit too aggressive. Can't think of. I must be like having a knock-on effect. Sure, too. You had an earlier build stage in mind. That's very fair. Yeah, I guess you would probably start at the legs, right? Go from the bottom up because you need to support stuff. You might be right. I think you're right. I'm gonna go grab some water. I will be back. Give me like a minute. Back. Water in hand, hand in water. Fix the head as well as I can. So maybe, well, no, head should be controllable via IK stuff, so we can get the AI to look at any target it has. I want this linear. So I thought, what if I'm using the wrong function? Oh, I think it's supposed to be in place. I might try an alt. Get what that last variable is. For it being some sort of check mark for whether we're doing in place. We always want to do in place. Could get better results with that altered slightly to take into account how far off we want to rotate around. This is too much work, and I agree. What do I do about it though? Or is it for you? If it's for you, you should relax. You deserve it. You had a hard week, I'm sure, and it's Friday. I don't know what time zone you're in. I assume East Coast, but like, and it's like an hour and a half until 6. It's half an hour till 5. You know, you might just be in the like clerical part. You're organizing files, right? Checking emails, doing little as necessary. Goes crazy. That might be too aggressive. This might be too aggressive. And tone everything down. Maybe like that. Alright, once we get these in and not looking bad, we can drive this character around wherever we want. Alright, I just fixed the weird thighs. For some reason, none of these got a key. Good. So that must be in the base walk, that part. My bad. Okay. We just have turn in place to deal with. Okay, turn in place, fine. These aims I just completely left out. Rick's not happy about it. Okay, you're a thing, I think. Where's the last one? Yeah, good enough. Those are good, but we have to adjust everything again. I did something. So everything's in the right place when all of these to drop. Now and just get the knees to point correct. Almost there. We're so close. Good. That turn in place is a little bit weird with the cog cam. Coffee or not coffee? Tomorrow's Saturday. Does that help? Five, we're almost there. Last one. Okay, sorry, had to get the naming. Should not. Let's do it like last time, but vice versa. You're gonna go for it, and Catless needs to do it also out of solidarity. I see. Hey, Catless, how's your wheel going? Or have we moved on from the wheel? I believe you can. That's why I ask. What? Walk. How are you not keyed? Walk, you are. Absolutely are keyed. Key. Is it cutting out the last frame? Because that could explain why it's always going up to a point and then snapping back a bit. Things are off by one somewhere. You're in? Yay! Coffee's all around. Except for me. If you want me to keep streaming, I can't do coffee. I think coffee would kill me by the end of stream. Keep them. These are in spots. All of you get keyed. Go. Here-ish. Go there, and then grab some of these. And key it. Not to accept preview. I'm there. Yeah, okay. Still something weird about this. It's actually translation. I can smooth that whole thing with just X. Need help? Interesting. Almost pivoting around that foot. Alright, let's go the head and the right. Oh, it is. Much better. Okay, we can try to export that, I guess. And export replace. Theory. Friday night focaccia, and you're in with a latte Mafakio? Uh-huh. You found 2 random rails while shuffling stuff around from some random desk drawer? IKEA, probably? You could make a pretty janky 3D printer with that, I'm sure. They aren't half bad, really. Imagine if you used drawer parts for a 3D printer. I bet you could get a hack-a-day article out of it. Back to the beginning? Yes. But this time as cheap and simple as possible. Like, wind a string around a motor and use 2 of those for back and forth servos instead of having like a full belt. Oh, just use tensegrity and the perfectly synced. No, that's a horrible idea. String might not be a terrible idea. Oh, you could use ball chain. Is that what it's called? Make it all out of hardware. Oh, no, now that I say that, I'm like, some YouTubers made a 3D printer completely from hardware store parts, right? You think at times when you can get cheap printers starting at $100 doesn't make much sense? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Building houses is more expensive than printers. I should treat it that way. Okay, here's the import. Oh, I changed some of the names around. I hope that's not a problem. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of things you can use a good linear rail for. Oh, actually, okay, this is much more viable with the string and the motor. You could do a timed, what do they call those? Like a timed camera track? You notice the big angle brackets on your printer hardware store? $15 each? Insane. I did notice those. I think they look good. And what a great Frankenstein project. See if these are all the same ones that I think they are. We should test. Right? I have to get everything straightened out. You know, we have to figure out how to get things to turn fast. And like, we need like a jump turn. Not too bad though. Direction you going? Why is it like not doing turns? Merging my turns. Okay, turn blend is backwards. Going to walk, turn left, right. Click this. And there you go. Update. Halfway between forward turn and turn. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's doing something. All the turns could be faster. I mean, they're better than they were before, but it's not good enough. Okay, now I have right hand forward, and I don't feel like it's turning. It's walk, turn, right. Okay, walk, turn. What are you doing? The string printer is actually pretty awesome. If you want to build... Oh, the whiteboard robot. I've seen those. Those are cool. I think they take up a lot of space. And, a bit of tweaking. Maybe not quite for me. I mean, dangerously low on cables. Never thought I'd see the day. Oh, walk, turn left. Are you, did I make a mistake here? Some way to force it. The turns are good. Why does the walk turn not work at all? Interesting, that worked. I'll get these updated though. left one is maybe they both. Fine, fine. We can take these out, I think. And I feel like by the end of the weekend, so I'm just gonna be out of excuses for not printing anything. How exciting is that gonna be? We'll actually get to watch some prints happen. Perfect. Now I can actually turn walk. Maybe it'll be faster this time. You're spamming me with all the printer talk for a reason? Do you need lots of things to print? I kind of want to do a diorama with the Lamia. Something very like Frazetta-esque. Maybe like a kind of a Death Dealer feel. With the armor and everything, of course. It's good. It's gonna work on making turns faster. 45 degrees, 60 degrees within 15 frames. What? And I'm gonna say this is good enough for now. But I would like to get better at doing more dynamic animations. I want more of those like slightly closer to the some of the Dark Souls animations of some of the like four-legged beasts. They're really good at having them kind of like jump around and respond to you and being evasive. It's cool. I need to practice that. Small nudges. And the possibilities will be endless. So robotic. I need to make it flow more. It's functioning. Motion. Flow. Part of it's that it's just so easy to just want to get it done. There's so many limbs and so many parts to move. To start, copy pasta and dramatic. Emotional, more smooth. I don't know why I keep staring at it. The more I stare at it, the more I like it. Or it becomes... I need to keep the hate flowing. If I don't, how am I ever going to improve on anything? Oh no. Okay, wait, what's happening there? I 'Cause 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 ' That looks like a bug and a half. So I'm pressing strafe right, it's doing strafe left. You like to animate something too, but first always happens? Yeah, tell me about it. I'm happy that I get this far. I have to acknowledge that it's a huge feat. It's strafe right. Strafe right. Oh, okay. How did I miss this? Uh, okay, I guess we both messed up. Okay, you're back here. So are you gonna follow through with the car stuff? Like once you finish your wheel? Once you finish your wheel, do you go back to the car? Are you gonna set up physics? I guess I know what the plan is, but I guess, is this unhealthy to ask? What do you realistically believe? You think you're gonna finish, or do you think you're gonna like find a new thing? Who knows? Fair enough. We'll just watch and wait. Find out someday. Oh, I love the Houdini arc. It's riveting. Right, it's not a pun. It's not a pun. Can't blame me for having made a pun because it's definitely not a pun. You don't have any rivets. Mm-hmm. So I proclaim my innocence. Oh, you know what? It's not even that. It's these guys. Good. It's left. That's the right. This one only needs the knees. This is the one that was breaking the most. I only need the poles. Oh no, it begins messed up. Alright, so it's just messed up in a different, more unique and beautiful way. Get away with the jank. Good enough. Save, export, place. Yeah, continue to ignore the ones I asked you to ignore. We'll try to get the wheels done. Maybe if this doesn't spontaneously happen too often. Ooh, I'm excited. What kind of bug did you find? This is horrifying. All you have to do is select the geometry, then choose an operation to perform. And is this a bool? This looks like what happens when a bool goes weird. But yeah, missing stuff is, just forget it, you know? Hard to remember all those points. It is a bool. Score 1 for me. Not a competition though. It's interesting. After crash models. Man, I wish it was easy to make after crash models. Actually, it's not too bad, right? You make a warped plane, and then you like randomize a bunch of that warped plane in a space, and then just try to bool all that. I think I had a script that did that. Maybe I just did it by hand, and I'd like to think that I didn't do it by hand for obvious reasons. I at least have something for doing mass bools. Because, you know, actually saves me a long time. How far are you? I would say this is done. You're not asking me. Far. Last year we were working on the ribbing over the. Oh, that would make sense actually, right? Because the rib would be here. That's where it cut, and you're losing stuff on both sides. That's my guess. I used to think Blender was touchy about booleans. Maybe it is, but Houdini is too. Yeah, I've never seen anything that wasn't at least a little skittish, let's say, around booleans. It's so easy to mess it up. Especially you have like some hole. It's not watertight, and you don't realize it. There's just like an extra vert hanging out on what should be a closed edge. Man, that's all it takes. Everything just disappears every time you try it. Okay, let's check the animations. Brave. That works, and that works. Is everything just gonna work then? I'll take the dub if you want to give it to me. Are we trying to ask something? Go for it. Always welcome. I like it. I especially like the lion part of it, but you know what? It all kind of works. Wonder if I can even do a run. That's where I'm at. Can we even do a run? Trying to think of like doing a gallop, but being so lopsided. I guess when people are animating centaurs, I think the top half goes back to bring the center of gravity back. Attracted as possible. I would think, because it's just so easy to try and go fast, and then you could extend out past your front paw, and just your front paw is not enough to hold you up, and you just pivot right onto your face, right? Like all of those cartoons of dogs being able to trip over themselves and tumble, like I think you could actually do really easily for Centaur. Magnetic end stop. Which orientation? Meaning either it triggers on distance facing the gantry, or like optical switch, meaning the magnet comes from the side. I don't know that much about magnetic end stops. Start with that. I would think distance, because there's like a sharp fall off, like a I want to say cubic fall off for magnetism. So like, I think you'd want facing. I would think facing for better um, accuracy. Also, wait, if it's a sensor, you should be probably looking at the instructions for said sensor. You have to upgrade your firmware for this? It's not like a momentary switch, is it? It's probably going to give you some sort of float value maybe, and you need a threshold. Which one gives you more accurate stop? That's a good point. Especially at the fastest speed that your gantry would be accelerating. Instructions, yellow. Can you zip tie it on for now and just see what works? As long as it's consistent. Like literally the only important part is a consistent true and false when the gantry is at a specific point. That point can't be squishy, right? Or not. Maybe it's not as important because it should hopefully just be a setup feature unless you have something in your cheat code that would recalibrate in the middle of print, which I don't think it would. So like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go with less important. Like you need to have it so it doesn't crash. But I don't think it's a reference point, right? We'd use hot glue, but yeah. Yeah, okay, hot glue is good. Still soldering and wiring those things though? Already knew why I had them laying around for so long? I see. Uh, there should be like a solder tape. A semi-permanent, quick metallic solution. Can you use like aluminum tape? Like a small strip of aluminum tape? Maybe with a duct tape backer or something? Make sure it doesn't rip, because I think if you have a metallic tape, it usually is kind of frail. Yeah, you know, electronics, they happen to have some tedious points. I just wonder if there aren't some solutions that either I don't know about or that haven't been invented yet. Yeah, I'm getting to the point where I like the animation. What it's like to get circle strafed. We strafe left and turn left. Because strafe is still backwards. Not a bad strafe radius. Oh, it's drifting. Okay, never mind, we're spiraling. Spiraling into the future. Hey, Zach, how are you? I'm doing good. It's Friday. This is wonderful. And I got our cat lady doing some stuff. We should throw the guns in. And oh, I have to make it like freeze open and freeze closed. Yeah, doing good. How are you? How's your Final Fantasy? Odyssey? Adventure? Journey? Geese? That's a rarely used one. I am excited. This was kind of a stressful week. Here I am on the other end, alive. Any week you can walk away from. Okay, are we slowly going down? We start with our legs in the ground. We did not. Okay. I'll have to fix that. And maybe we'll get guns open can be from idle. This one. And then guns closed. Might have to make that one. Still, right? It does. Cool. Yeah, let's put that in somewhere. We create the thing. Make like a mask, avatar mask. And what are the benefits of magnetic end stop? Because I'm thinking the irony of you wanting to build another 3D printer zombie, that having magnetic end stops and you wanting to replace it means that it'll last forever on the healing bench. They have nice LEDs? Okay, cool. Aesthetic is always justified, right? I think so. Wait, the avatar. That's an avatar. Import this thing. And turn everything off. I don't think you heard my stomach growl, but it did. Still at least an hour out till food. They don't have actually any benefits on your machine. They aren't really any more accurate than those classical clicky switches. Well, yeah, the classical clicky switches don't have a problem except that they, I think, have a lifespan. They have like a number of clicks, where I think magnetic, because they're contactless and they have no moving parts, that they're gonna run in theory forever. So like, yeah, benefit could be that you could run a printer for 10 years straight and it should keep running, right? You need to actually print stuff. That's another good point. Oh, that's really funny. So you're doing this for close to nothing. Very, very close to nothing. Except for the LEDs, which again, rule of cool. As long as it looks good. Are optical switches an option? I'm gonna say of course they're an option. And then zombie, are they an option? I don't see why not. Anything you can hook up to a board and read from an Arduino, as long as there's a sensor library for it, right? And then aim. I don't know if we keep aim in or not. It's good. I like that you don't have to apply anything here. It just is. Not what I meant. Gun layer. Have a mask. I have to go to every mask. Gun retract. I also have this play at -1 so they can come out. Ooh. Guns out. I have to set these up. False. True. They have different fault modes, like dust. I mean, that is true. I guess I'm thinking technically. Electronics, yeah, you could use it. The engineering and good design principle, completely different. You're fine, thanks. Yesterday you started part 4. Uh, it's the absolute pain. This fights take forever. It's kind of cooldown between the attacks. Interesting. So with your eye tracker, you need to have some time to choose from the menu. If you don't choose in time, the enemy strikes over and over, and that's bad for you at least. Oh, is this one that doesn't have a choice between the active battle system and the passive battle system? You don't like such things. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, at some point, I know they kind of like put in kind of like the active battle thing. If you take too long, then the enemies can just attack over and over. I don't know how prolific that option was. Since I've only played after that, 4 will hopefully be the only one that has this problem. I don't know about 5, but I would assume 6 I think does have options for ATB. 7, I want to say 7 has a pause option. 8, yeah, 8 definitely does. 8 has a lot of things that you can play around with. And then 9 is the best. It obviously has, I don't know. I hope. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Look it up. Final Fantasy Active Battle. Active Time Battle, ATB. Does it say where it was in? It does not mention which games have it. So of course I'm on a fandom and it's just written about so vaguely. Oh wait, okay, here we are. This starts to have info. Usually 2 settings. Final Fantasy 7 has a 3rd mode. This is usually. Are they just saying that there was only one that doesn't have it? First game to make use of this system was Final Fantasy 4. So maybe you have it toggled on, but you can actually change it. It didn't feature the meter. And it says there are usually 2 settings. I would hope that it would be in there, but maybe this is the first one that doesn't. They did some quality of life changes, well that's hopeful. Turn it very slow. Yeah, hopefully that helps. That really stinks when you... I feel like often enough I can't think fast enough to do the menus. Oh man, watching speedrunners do menus without me seeing the menus actually happen is always like incredible. I'll never not be impressed. That's not super accessible. So it needs to be false. It needs to be true. Oh wait, we shouldn't stay in this. Okay. We need our idle. Oh, that one. Let's go to this one. guns out. False. Then we're gonna go back into the actual attack. Can't do that too. Your brain is too slow otherwise. You're overwhelmed easily. Yeah. So I guess with a lot of training, most people, I guess, could, but so in Elden Ring, when you watch the speedrunners do stuff, if they fall off of a ledge, before they only have a couple of seconds before they hit any sort of death plane, they need to like pause the game, go all the way down to like the exit, confirm exit to main screen, and they do all of that within a couple of seconds without seeing any of the menuing for it. It's always mind-blowing. The sensor one, consider yourself crimped? Can you print today? Okay, so hold on. You can totally print today, right? Because you have the old end stops still working. I'm gonna say you can print today. If it was an emergency, I'm sure you'd have it printed. Maybe you could, but not with an eye tracker and its little input lag. If it could buffer commands, have you ever thought about that? Maybe you have. Maybe you have access to it. You know, here I am, knowing nothing. Could you do quick gestures? Could you do menuing? Like accounting for the lag. Just do it as fast as you could do it. And then just let everything else catch up, as long as it buffers the inputs. But I wonder if buffering an input is a problem. If you want everything to be very current. I could see you going down a rabbit hole of like wanting a feature to stop working. It's just like always active. Still don't know if you let out the magic smoke. That's not encouraging. What do I do for... We'll probably just make a new animation, right? I make a new one, we copy pasta. Gun retract. $45. We're gonna throw in 70. $275 on this. Okay, saving as a brand new scene, just in case. Because of course it's great. Nothing to paste from. Eyes? Yes, yes. That's how we dance. This is the dance of the future. We'll let out. I see. You don't need two paired, right? You just need a magnet and the end stop that senses magnetism. And again, I assume you still have the old end stops. Are perfectly functional. Okay. Select all the gun bits. The software of the eye tracker is made by a friend with C++. Ooh. But he's doing that for fun. He can't do very complex stuff, but it would be possible, you guess. Just like a macro with time in between commands. It could be cool, right? If you kind of know. I don't know. Does the eye tracker need constant accurate positioning to work? Is it looking for buttons? Or can it do gestures? Because you could just like look up, right. I don't know what you would blink. Are you blinking for select? Be like up, right, up, blink, right, blink, up, blink, and try and get like the menuing down with just a routine that you can figure out. I'm intrigued. So if you've ever heard of Handy, I think it's Handy Capable Sean. Uh, Sorry, I don't know how to spell any of that. It might be a little bit weird. But there's a retro streamer who uses his chin and a straw to do a lot of speed running and 1cc runs, and it's amazingly impressive. And yeah, seeing him maybe like 6 months ago for the first time really just made me think like, what is possible? I'm sure almost anything is possible. All the magic smoke? You haven't powered up anything yet? Zombie, you're freaking me out right now. Zombie, power something up. You gotta know. You're just gonna set yourself up for major disappointment. Scared. Don't need these. I mean, if I was programming something and I didn't check that long, fine, sure. Right? Like, I'm gonna need to debug it whenever. Just letting it all be. I'm scared. Today you are the danger. Yep, I'm gonna have to give my title over to you for just for today. It's a loner. Okay, so we want much this. But all of these. Just move over one. Right here we can do this thing. Must you twitch like that? Oh, I missed these ones. Oops. That's alright, we figure it out. So you said today you are the day. Does that mean, Zombie, that you are going to try and power it up today? Or is that just a figure of speech? That would be monumental. Huge. Are you twisting? Why are you twisting? I'm scared. Why is everything here? This should be a safe space. I said safe space. But everything needs to twitch. Everything has some weird point all the way out in East Oshkosh. The place that's very far from me. It's relevant. You know, I don't even know how much any of this. I don't feel like this so have any keys at all. Okay, clavicle. I know it's your fault. You're the only ones left. Hiding neck the whole time. After the end stops, there's only cable routing left to do, you think? You're gonna power it up before cable routing, right? What kind of a monster routes the whole thing and then plugs it in? You could, but you have to program that as well. Okay. The infrared of the tracker gives you coordinates you can use that information further. Okay. Fortunately, the trackers you can afford are not that accurate. You have better trackers, but they cost about, way too much, 2,000 euros and above. Software itself works with an overlay because of the need of the visual feedback. I've worked a little bit with eye tracking, and I can confirm it can be a bit dodgy at times. You have a video of you playing Dark Souls 3. There you can see the use of it. That's cool. How did Dark Souls 3 play? That could be interesting, actually. From like a game developer perspective, knowing where you're looking, because I'm assuming there's some sort of marker, right? When I was doing eye stuff, it would really help to draw a point where you think the eyes are supposed to be, so the eyes can even focus on where they are, if that makes sense. Like you can try and ignore it, and then it gets updated to where you're looking. like a weird thing about aiding your eye by giving it a specific point to rest on. And I think I've seen that in some of the other eye tracking stuff I've seen. So it's really cool to be able to see what draws people's attention and yeah, what kind of threats they're focused on. And sub 2 crimped. Oh, zombie. I'm on the edge of my seat. What sensors do eye trackers use? So you mentioned infrared. I guess it's also which eye trackers, right? It was easier than Final Fantasy IV. Well, Final Fantasy IV might be perfectly engineered to be your worst nightmare. Both. No, just from a control standpoint. Like, I do appreciate that the FromSoft games have timing that's important, but I've only seen Sekiro where you actually need timing and consistent speed in that timing. So I could imagine that, like, yeah, you can build the knowledge to do a lot of those games. Are they full IR cameras then? No visual light component. Oh. Trying to think. Okay, I did have one IR thing. I was trying to think of what it was. I had a leap motion. In the leap motion, you could, I think, check to see the IR pass through. And it was just an IR, 2 IR cameras that give you nothing but like black and white output of the IR sensors reading. It's kind of like near field. It's great because you don't need light all the time. That's really nice. The faster attacks come, the harder it gets. That makes sense. It's true for speedrunners and no-hit runners too. The ones that you have a shorter window to react to are always the hardest. Did I export? I think I exported. Good thinking? Okay, just finished. Here, and hopefully we'll have new animation. V-motion awesome. It was at first it was a disappointment, honestly. It's cool what they've done, but so the tracking that they have, like the hand model that they figure out, is really cool. The usable area, at least of the first model, was very small. I haven't tried the updated one. There's like a new leap motion model, I think. Yeah, those have IR thing. I wonder if you could use that. Especially if it's the new one. That's our gunset. We can loop it. Apply it. Almost anything is a disappointment to you? I was on the hype train for that one. I got a dev kit, and yeah, it was like legitimately hard to imagine what I could even do with it. It got to the point where it's like, okay, I could make like a piano because I can press the same button over and over. And I could have like maybe 10 buttons within the space of all of my fingers being seen. It was really small. But yes, I could find disappointment. How do you make things better if you can't find the problems with them? That's applied. We should have guns out here. So that goes into that naturally. That goes into this. And that just goes. Guess we never exit. That's everything. If it works. They made huge software improvements. The new hardware is just marginally better, in your humble opinion. Think motion capture. Like, it could barely cover a full hand, what I remember. Have you used it for hand motion capture? Because yeah, also the first, like, I should go back to it, but the first one also would freak out whenever fingers were occluded. It took him like maybe a year to get over that. But yeah, by now they are probably as good as Oculus's hand tracking stuff. Now it can cover a full hand. Yeah, it definitely got bigger. True. I think it's become somewhat perfect for the use cases that people need it for. Yeah, the original videos were very much like, I don't think you can actually do this. Like browsing the web and flipping pages on books and all that stuff. It's kind of like, technically, you could technically get this done, but there's no way anyone's actually sitting in front of their computer, hovering their hands in the air for minutes at a time doing this just to scroll. And stop's done. Now I can start mounting them. Excellent. Prepare the hot glue gun. I just need to put it on a button. Wait a second. They're only the guns? Why are they? Oh, the mask. My fault. This just had a show the ones that we have selected. That'd be perfect. We only need 2 of the back closures. The top is just a bind point. Hopefully that's good. And then is there any other part, Zombie? Once you mount those, is there any other part that you could possibly mount to that thing that you have in stock that you haven't yet that could possibly keep you from starting it up? Right, for the lack of magic smoke. Because I'm a believer. What? How did I get that to happen? I don't know, but I love it. I don't understand why walking paused the animation. Can I ever get that to happen again? There it is. They're like pistons. My cat's good at V2. A very steep angled V2 that are not connected to each other. Kind of cool. The video is about 3 minutes. You could send it. Sure, I would check that out. Can't really tell if we're turning or not. Wait, light. It's changing. Wonder if this is gonna happen. Oh, this is my fault. This one should have died. Hopefully they get stuck there. I'm gonna miss the back pistons. Though when we make a monster that has some sort of mortar on it, let me tell you, we're gonna have some back pistons. So cool. Cool, now we don't have a fire. Yet. But it's working, I'm excited, we're at the end of the day, and we have an awesome video of DS3. Okay, so we, excuse me, we have no, oh, my voice is gone. I know it's the end of the day. Okay, this is cool, so we have no sound. Oh, okay, so you have always on the screen buttons. This is impressive. So, are there hitboxes? My voice is absolutely gone. I'm so sorry. I'm now polyphonic. Yeah, okay. Okay, so there are hitboxes on the items. So do you look at your weapon to do the attack? Oh, perfect revenge for him blowing your ears out by coughing the other day. Sorry. I think I blew myself out with that same cough listening to a VOD earlier. And your ears are well, I'm sorry. You definitely will. Man, the classic biped knight on all fours. Thank you, FromSoft, for never changing. This design's pretty cool, though. Except that the butt's just a big nothing. Oh, this is cool. I haven't seen a lot of Dark Souls 3 content. Green is press the assigned key. Okay. So attack is still left click. Okay. Can only use left click and WAD. Okay. That's not bad. And then you get all the buttons on screen. I'm impressed. I am impressed. I will have to figure out how we do accessibility for Mechablo. It like is a game that has lots of controls, but it should be, I don't know, some of it could probably be abstracted away. Some of it might be less necessary. Some of it we might be able to hook up to some sort of I'm sure accessibility controls. The there's some sort of Microsoft accessibility controller that I was actually kind of interested in getting for myself so I could make more accessibility stuff, but it's supposed to have lots of plugins and inputs to be able to do all of the other more specialized inputs like the straw and whatnot. Oh, I could just get one at Target. These things. I wonder if I could map my game to one of these things. Or like any other way that I would also be able to like make sure that people have alternate input schemes. You'll stream that maybe end of the year when your setup is working? Hey, that would be awesome. You can only do so much as a game dev. Make the controls as open as possible, but a lot of things need to be personally customized. This is true. This is Yeah, I definitely can't account for the things that people are making to help people, if that makes sense. So like your game overlay that has all of the buttons and it goes in with the eye tracking and stuff. Like obviously I can't count for that. That's special for you. I wonder how many people have things like that or how many off-the-shelf softwares there are. This seems interesting. Like if you could map this and you could do like pedals or whatnot, this might not even just be accessibility. This could be the way the game should be played. I'm not gonna lie. This maybe should be how the game is supposed to be played. Sitting in a mech cockpit, strapped to a bunch of individual controls. You could like swap out the joysticks. That would be amazing. I don't know. I think it should be less like you need a controller and more like how do we hook up haptics to you so you can control with whatever you can the entirety of this magical exoskeleton. You'll have that, but it recognizes as a controller, so you can't use that and a mouse, for example. That's a bummer. And it doesn't have like a 2D. I guess it has a trackpad. It doesn't have like a mouse peripheral. Maybe you'd have to do it in a way that doesn't register as a mouse, but registers as just like a joystick input. I don't even, what do these even do? It's like the big black pads. Are those big touch pads? Are those just two big buttons? Are they like some sort of magical sensor that it sends stuff out to? Oh, it's A and B. Okay. A and B. If you need an A and B this big, I assume that you don't also have access to the D-pad. At that point, you might have an assistant. Oh, this looks awesome. Not gonna lie, I think having a straw as well, man, I want to be the ultimate mech pilot. I can make that game. World of peripherals. More than foot pedals? Like, I definitely want to have foot pedals. Is that an option? Because I know foot pedals are just not very common, so if you're not mentioning them, it might just be that they're not like your first choice. I love the idea of foot pedals though. I should make myself some. Maybe I could do like a, I don't know, some stream stuff with a foot pedal. I have an old keyboard. You only really need a keyboard and some wires, right? Some foam, maybe a big pad, some cardboard to press. We'll do our best. Should be able to make, hopefully, something playable. Actually, so since a lot of it's fluid movement, right? What if you had a button to make your gaze be look? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't go too deep into this, but at some point, yeah, it'd be cool to kind of think about alternate control schemes. Has everything like the normal controllers, but you can use analog joysticks. Great for throttle control, but for you, there's a problem with your range of motion with that as well. Okay. Fair enough. So yeah, if we get WAD and a click and some eye controls, we can work with that. I would hope. That would be the goal, yes. There might be a way to modify what you're doing so that way if you move the mouse too far, it would start adjusting the legs. You can see my mind's going, you might need to abstract something away. And I don't think it's impossible. I have to figure out what it is and how much it impacts the gameplay. Because like you could go into a mode, right, where your legs are just offset by a certain amount, so you could go between combat, so you could circle strafe and travel mode. We also need to optimize. We don't optimize. It doesn't run well. Oh, but I have to make a new build and see if it actually runs on anyone's computer. On my to-do list. I think about other optimizations I wanted to do. There was one. Okay, so Monday, maybe we'll get the Lamia hooked up with a weapon and hitboxes and stuff. And then if we have time left over, we'll make a script that'll help to optimize the monsters. And then we can do a new build. Otherwise, we'll do it Tuesday. And then, yeah, I think we're going to transition back into working on more code stuff for a little bit. But we're going to transition right back out once we have the opportunity to do props for the worlds. Anywho, 6:10. Dang, today flew. Today flew. I think Grammy's planning on raiding me, so I'm not gonna go yet. I will wait. I will be kind. It's Friday. What do we do? What do we do now? It took about 4 years to get to this level. You'll have issues all the time at the beginning. It is even that simple to get every game into windowed mode. In full screen, the overlay is behind the game. So like, what if you built in some sort of makeshift GUI system for eye tracking into your game? Well, Grimy, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Huh? And your friend can't do that? No, that's fine. Yeah, no, if I was... The thing I'm saying about putting it into the game, that would either be Zombie, because he's a modder and he can kind of do that, but only for Unity games. Or it would be me just trying to make my game more accessible by literally just putting in like, hey, if you have an eye tracker, check this check mark, and you can kind of like go into edit mode, move buttons around, maybe have a little slider that you could try and like focus and move. I have to figure out how to actually do eye tracking interaction stuff. Yeah, what if you could just make that yourself using the full eye tracker interface so you don't need anyone to super help you? And we could just map those virtual buttons to whatever you need. I think that could be really cool. Because again, it might just be for, I don't know, the streamer that wants to do a challenge run that's like eyes only. I know I saw a voice only challenge run from Larxa in Elden Ring. That was actually really cool. Another peek behind the curtain of like accessibility software. They supported games by the developer of the sensor. Oh, I should contact the sensor developer and see if they can send me a sensor so I can integrate. That would be awesome. Kind of looks like a Lovecraftian Falcor in the game view. I could see that. Sorry, my voice is absolutely going. Actually, well, let me show you the Lamia first, and then we'll show off the game a bit. So we just got animations in and less cringe. It's still a little bit robotic, but it's not too bad. We have turn animation, and we have a walk turn animation. We got a strafe animation. And then you can mix them all backwards. It does all the things. Oh, and we just put in, hopefully this is cool, guns out, guns in. Guns out. Guns in. I like it anyway. I hope you like it too. That's unsettling? Perfect. I think that's not even the worst. The cat thing that I think you were commenting on earlier, this thing actually has its face peeled back and it has like a skull and some musculature. Very creepy. We get it to do the thing. Pull the animator out. Hello. Thank you. Which one is it? Is it just fire? Yeah, there we go. Man, that feels like last year's work. Yeah, so the neck got a re-rig and it's not perfect, but I like it. Alright, so let's show off game. Because that's why we're here, isn't it? To see an awesome mech simulator. And start scene. Oh, so what'd you do on your stream, Crimey? What was a good one? So you're touching old code. It's always a scary situation. Very much a what was I thinking situation. I have some of those places I'd probably be, you know, in and just touching stuff. Fixed editor issues that you thought were code issues. Wait, really? Like Unity worked differently than you thought, or there's actually like a bug in the? I would not be surprised if there were editor bugs. And yeah, wait, how did you fix it? I want deets now. Sounds fascinating. Oh, serialized object stuff. Okay, that's legit. So we have a mech simulator. Closing extra views gives us more. So we're in cockpit. Everything looks really ugly right now because we're trying to get the gameplay to be pretty decent. We have like a reticle for arms that's separate than your body. So you have like kind of like intricate control over your weapons. I don't know if we got a weapon, but if we get a new weapon, we can put it on our arm. Customize. So yeah, fantasy mech games. So we're fighting like D&D monsters, and then when they're dead, we rip their parts off that do the cool things, and we put them on our mech so we can do the cool things and kill bigger monsters to get bigger guns. Zombie away now. Have a good one, everyone. Zombie, you're holding back the actual plug-in for the first time? I'm not going to hear about that till Monday? I mean, obviously, if you need to go, you should go. Have a great weekend. I'd loved hanging out with you. I'll see you Monday. Thanks for stopping by. But also, it's so baited. The plugin will take a few more hours. Oh my. Okay, that's fair, I guess. Long story short, create custom editor. Put this line, serialize object dot set different cache dirty. Oh no, dude, I'll get you on Discord about that. Or maybe I'll just say it like. So when I hung out with my Unity friend the other day, he mentioned that so there was like 3 of us programming at our company, and the 2 other guys left to work at Unity. I was hanging out with one of them, and he was saying the other, our friend Sean, he fixed a bug in Unity editor code that was like the is dirty is not getting set, and he was just commenting on how like how is that still a bug? Like, he could trace back that it's been there for years. Years and years and years. How is that a thing? That might be fixed somewhere. I might know who fixed that. But, like, it's amazing to find out how small the world is. That's really funny. Because I never found that. I never expected to hear anyone else actually find it. I thought it was like one of those fall in between the cracks kind of things. Discord updates? I will be glued to my Discord then. You should record everything, so if you do release the magic smoke, we can see it. Get weapons. Okay, gravity, 2 gravity projectile weapons. What is the better magic find? Like 29, that's like 33. Let's go with that one. You're dying. Right? Oh, I heard some other stuff. I don't know how much I'm allowed to tell. I think this one I can though. The like internal builds for Unity stuff, like when you make an edit to the Unity editor, it needs to obviously go through some tests before it builds and before it gets merged into, you know, like the main editor branch. That whole system can take over 12 hours and it can fail for weird things. So just like, you know, make a single line change, like fix that one dirty thing, and it could take you as a Unity dev like 24 or 36 hours before you know if that even got pushed in or merged. I'm just like, how is Unity still a thing? It's like so put together with duct tape. That's what I heard anyway. Said he's been complaining about that. Oh, everyone that works at Unity has been complaining about that for longer than he's been there. He's been there for like, I want to say 7 years now. Man, he wrecked me. All right, wait. Get a new spawn point. Wait, you updated to the new LTS? I see. I see. Okay, well, hopefully it's unrelated then. But like, yeah. Scary. I don't know. And then all of the coolest stuff. Have you seen the new Unity updates? They put out some new tools with Weta. They put out some new tools with Ziva. All behind one of the biggest paywalls I've ever seen. Really up there. You're freaking about the lag that you get now? Yeah, right? Yeah, imagine that. Imagine going to work and trying to just attack Jira, attack those bugs all day, every day, and just how your morale would be grinded to a halt when it just takes you weeks to get bugs fixed. I don't know. I don't know. Unity, state of Unity as a company makes me very sad. Okay, wait, that's not it, right? There's more. Man, this is choppy as all heck. That's no good. It's super smooth on my computer. By super smooth, it says 50 frames. That's usually double what the stats say. Or that's half what the stats say. So we're actually at like 120 to 60, like bouncing around. Which makes sense. So it's a little bit smoother than I guess it might look. It's gotta be like 4 or 5 times more frames when I'm playing it versus what you're seeing. Kind of a bummer. Let's close this. Oh, hey, that's better. Goes away when you restart, but that can't be the fix. I haven't heard about any of the new stuff. Oh man, okay, so they have, let's see, so they have AI assisted animation tools where if you start to pose someone, they will like do the balancing, so you're always in a realistic pose. I think they have a full water system. I don't know if that's related to Ziva. Because Zombie was saying Ziva's a thing and it's beautiful and fun to play with, but it's an asset store package, and then Ziva got bought, and that was a news article about them coming out with Ziva's realistic creature creator or something like that, where you could do muscles and anatomy simulations. It's like, that's $2,000 a year per seat. Don't we want to do it? Yeah, and then the Weta tools that pretty much, the Weta tools, if you're reading them out, really sound like all of the things that Epic put out for free for everybody, like Nanite and Lumen. Is that the other one? Like the lighting model? Yeah, so Epic was nice enough to do all of this stuff for free. You can just do virtual productions. You could make The Mandalorian on a shoestring if you really wanted to, if you could. You know? And then Unity comes out like, hey, we have all that stuff years later, and we're going to charge you professional 3D packages for it. How do you like that? I'm like just a little upset that they can't try to be competitive with. Well, they can't. They can't. They have a public stock trading offering, whatever, IPO. They can't do crap. They always need to try to make money constantly. I don't know what the future of Unity really is going to be. Yo, Zoc, have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great weekend. See you Monday, hopefully. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm just like so disappointed by the Unity trajectory. But there's no going back. Like they are publicly traded. They have a fiduciarily responsible people. I don't know. It's the end of the day. I can't use words. But they have a fiduciary, and they are responsible for actually making money. Not just being a company and making good products, but, you know, make number go bigger. How long is Unity going to be free? How much can they put behind a paywall? Yes, please stay viable. My problem is that once, I don't know what to switch to. I gotta be honest, so we have lots of friends that use Godot, but when I see Godot being used, I kind of cringe. It's not them, it's like Godot. I really don't like that user interface. Like, oh look, we have 3 buttons. We have the 2D, the 3D, and the scripting. That's all you need to make your game, right? Just click in the 3 view tabs. And then hearing people say GD script lines out loud, I'm just like, this sounds like horrible. It sounds like Apple stuff. That's me. I don't know. As Zombie said earlier, I could be disappointed in anything. Greed will take over, and when it does, that's the signal of the end. Yes. I mean, I think I think Greed's already taken over. So like, if Greed didn't take over, Unity would have either released or put out information on the MMO that they were working on internally, but that got canned. I don't know. I just heard they've canned everyone. They bought all of these high-end developers, all of these cool studios, all these assets, and then kind of sold most of it. When it's running smoothly, it looks cool as hell. Well, thank you. I just gotta keep working on getting it running smoothly. Like, I think I have one problem where the enemies' colliders are constantly going off when they touch the terrain. So that's something I have to look into. I fixed it on one thing, like the Jaguars. Yeah, I have to try and steal back whatever frames I can. My GUI might also be a bit expensive. This guy's a tank. Say it runs smoothly on your screen, but stream speed is messing it up? Yeah, I think so. Oh yeah, when I'm not an editor, it goes faster. I mean, if you're interested, I could send you a build. You can tell me how it runs. Yeah, so I put an FPS counter in. What it does is every frame it puts a time into a list, and then it goes through that whole list and finds whatever times greater than a second, and it removes it, and then it just does a count on the list, right? So it's just like, okay, how many frames did we count within a second? So that's where I'm getting that FPS number. We look at stats. I don't know where they get their number from, because you'll notice that there's a difference. It tends to be double, but maybe now that I'm streaming, it's a little bit less than that. Yeah, maybe they're closer together. Like, where is Unity getting its stuff from? I think it's theoretically, if it was consistently running at the same number of milliseconds that it needed to do this frame, how many frames could it do within 1 second? Which makes that FPS counter very wishful thinking. But I like it because the numbers are bigger. You don't need VR to play it? Nope. I mean, you can. So if you want, you can hit the V button and it will instantly switch to your head being tracked and you having hands that you can control stuff with. But yeah, I want to be able to do both. Especially because I've been complaining about this as long as there's been VR, that like, if you can have a headset, I literally have one right next to me. Like, hi. You know how often I use this thing to actually make VR games? Like, never. Because this is the game, right? You need to make it do the things. And then you take 10 seconds to put a headset on and find out that there's an error, and then you fix the error. So, like, why would you make a game in VR for VR? When most of the interactions you can test and, you know, learn that you're an idiot just, like, in 2D space. So I never bothered to push everything completely into the VR land because, again, yeah, I hate taking the headset on and off. And it's pretty much the same, right? You're just sitting in the cockpit instead of having your head kind of almost like in one of those halo things that keeps your head straight if you have like a neck injury. Though I was thinking about having your head kind of lerp a little bit when you move. I think you can run from me. I'm here to tell you cannot. Okay, wait, I'm getting shot. That's not okay. Oh, there's so many of them. Oh, there's so many. Bye? Sorry, wrong party. Okay, you know what? We'll go into a dungeon and they should reset. It'll be fine. What about Slurp? Man, Slurp's okay, but Slurp doesn't even solve the Slurp problem all the time. There's something that I wanted to Slurp. Slurp always does the shortest angle. So you can't just be like, go from 355 degrees to 360 degrees without just being 5 degrees. You know what I mean? Such a pain in the butt. So like my gauges, I actually had to do, I forget what the magic was to get gauges to work correctly. Slurp. Is there a worse named function in all of programming? Slurp. Oh, that's not good. Okay, we found a bug. I swear this never happens. Hello? Key not found. Where? Stupid Visual Studio. Chaos, right? And now it's like 6:40. Time just keeps ticking. Oh, yeah, okay, I'm dumb. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so this went off. You see how jank that is? I have one that's not went off. This was a trial that failed. I had it in all the time when I thought I just needed it in when you leave a dungeon, and now it dies when you leave it. I didn't test this at all. This is on my to-do list. Now it's to done. Okay, so what if we do it like that? Normal. Okay, now I have to test this. World debugger? Yes. So if I remember correctly, the world debugger, if it exists, because you can just turn it off and it just won't do anything, but if it exists and it gets carried over, it will find the first world chunk and it will write a little text that says the position of every single vertex on the first chunk. And I think the surrounding ones, that way you can see why they're off. I don't need that one anymore. Hopefully. Keep track of different bugs and color code it. Yeah. Oh, finding out I could do colors in here was huge. And then I never really used it. But I was coloring the text for like overlays for my items. And whenever I would debug anything about them, it would be colored. It's amazing. And I don't use it enough. Never use it. There we go, like Lucky P laser. And if we go to this, it's mounted weapon. Of course, a mounted weapon is just going to be the name of the thing. Let's see if I can open item. And then, does it like get display name? It's been a little while. Maybe it's just to string. Yo, here it is. So that one should be a magical one, but I think it gets this. You're literally just putting in HTML for a color. Yeah, that was cool. All you need to do, tags around whatever you want to print out, and it gets color coded. Guess I didn't get anything else. Yeah, and I never actually used that tidbit of information. Of course. Anyhow, how do we reproduce this? Probably just like go really far from the start, go into a dungeon, come out of the dungeon. Custom tools. Man, all right, I'm sitting on some things that I need to do. One of them, so like I have a quest system. Have I ever showed you the quest creator? I'll show you that in a second. But I have a quest creator I need to like fix a little bit of. It's jank. If I need to do much more to it, I'd probably re-roll it for a third time. And what else? Oh, I need to figure out how I'm going to store a crap load of data that needs to get created in the editor. Hopefully like automatically created. Like create a house model, put the object for the door and the orientation for the door. Okay, that worked. And then we just need to store hundreds of houses. I'm not looking forward to that. But if you have any ideas, besides just doing it, having a big list of maybe scriptable objects that have a reference to the prefab. Just don't want to have that many scriptable objects. And I'm about to get into a mess. That's what I can say. I'm about to create a huge kerfuffle for myself. So I keep thinking like this should be similar to the dungeons, right? The dungeons, I have a complete template system that you then replace the template parts with a graphic set. This is kind of like every piece of a graphic set needs to have its own information. It just feels like so much data, you know? Scriptable objects, use them sparingly so you don't have much experience with them. It's fair. Is there an easy way to draw borders around UI elements? In what context? My UI elements? Probably. I could probably do like an outline shader. I could like dupe, scale up, invert the normals, use that for an outline. Just asking for your own knowledge. So for a button, like UI element button? Actually, a good question. Don't really have a practice project open, but I do have them. Yeah, let's just try a new scene. Element. Buttons, that 9 tile. Are you using the default graphics for the buttons? Because if you want it everywhere, that might be the best thing to do. Making the shader easy. Shaders aren't too bad. what you've been doing, but you feel like there are other ways? Yeah. So, like an outline shader is not too bad. You should be able to find a bunch of those out there. And I did have a demo project that I was doing like a kind of like an outline shader. You would take the fall off. I should just open something, see if I can find something. Why do these all look foreign to me? Act 6? Act 6 is gone. Should I be worried about that? I'm a little worried about that. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure that one out over the weekend where that project mysteriously vanished to. Yeah, that had a lot of my shader graph stuff. I was doing some stuff that had some fall off, but it was pretty much just like getting the camera angle to the point and then finding the facing angle and comparing those and giving it like a threshold. That's okay, but yeah, then we're talking about buttons, right? I mean, if it's a button and it's a 2D element, then you should have an outline that's a 2D element, right? Can we duplicate the button, delete the text, put this behind it a little bit? Might be another. They won't draw on top of each other. That means this can't be an image. Or, That's interesting. I don't use the canvas that often. I tend to just make 3D buttons because, like, why not? Right? No reason not to. You can just do on mouse down and it works. Instead of all of this crap that they added in after the fact. On click. Add this. Put a thing in here. Choose the function. And I liked Unity when it was the most basic, right? When you're like, oh, I can attach a script to a thing and I can get its transform, and that's all I really need. Perfect. And now there's stupid events everywhere. You create a panel and then inner panel within it. Okay, that makes sense. Let's see, panel, and then do you just put the button on it? Oh yeah, there you go. This panel itself can scale. This one. But you don't get like a cutout. If there's any transparency on this, and that's not bad. You don't need transparent buttons. I'm gonna slow everything down anyway. You stopped using Unity buttons? Menu system you're working on is going to be fire? I know it is. I also don't use Unity buttons. So if we go into my start scene, don't save the crap. Oh, Unity, come on. Take forever. It's like button. I have a danger VR button. I threw a bunch of events in so I can actually set stuff up. This is before Unity put in a bunch of weird event buttons. Uh, in fact, I had a whole screen system before they started putting in all their weird GUI stuff. And then this is for nav. So like if you're using arrows to navigate menus, you can actually know button relations and stuff. And yeah, this is built in, the material swap, if you wanted to use that. It's fancy. And by fancy, I mean it's so boilerplate, and I use it frickin' everywhere. It works for VR and flat screen, so it's the bee's knees as far as I'm concerned. Stick with what's working? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree. And so one set of people that I'm working with have asked me to help them because they want to do VR with the new XR interaction system. And man, are they spending so much time trying to figure out the XR interaction system. And there's just like a million different scripts, and it's like, you don't need any of it. You really don't. But still, just losing days of time trying to find answers, which there's not a lot of people searching for stuff on it, I guess. There's not a lot of forum posts, I guess. I don't know, because I'm not finding anything relevant either. It really feels like the deep end of just putting too many events and variables on everything. And then, oh, this whole system for some reason needed like 40 different scripts. I could have gotten this done with like 3. Sometimes you don't like it when it just works. Fair. That's fair. But man, so you can't put a button behind a button. What kind of crap is that? You can put a panel behind a button? Just like Unity makes so many weird arbitrary decisions about stuff that like all of the systems that are supposed to make things easier are actually more like handcuffs. You can do exactly what they want you to do with the thing. And it's sad. That's like a whole new generation of Unity users that are just like, well, I have to use the built-in packages. And if there's not a package for it, I can't do it. It's like, oh, but you can. And what you would do is, I promise you, way more streamlined, way better, way more efficient than using any of the new stuff from any of the Unity packages. Okay, that was a really big hyperbole. There's some stuff in the packages that are nice, but you know what I mean? Especially XR. XR is the biggest one for me. It's just like they created so much crap that people think that they need. And you don't need any of it. It makes it all way more complicated. If I applied to Unity, they wouldn't let me fix it. Please, they'd give me a whole list of Jira bugs to fix, and each bug would take me over 12 hours to push any changes to. No, please. My friends were the ones that were supposed to go in and save Unity, and they've gone in and they got really high and they've done some really cool stuff, but they're like, it's a battlefield. It's a battleground between the money people and the doing people. That's every company. Literally, talking about Unity and struggles at work were very similar to my wife's struggles at her startup. Just, you can't get anything done anymore. There's someone that's money-minded that's just like, oh, but efficiency. It's like, okay, but your efficiency killed the motivation, so your morale is down and your productivity is down, and like, why does no money-minded person actually think about like long-term sustainability? We tried to fix advise. Goodbye. Pretty much it. And they're doing good work, they really are. They're doing good work. They're fixing bugs. They're leading teams, getting features put in. But it's like the entire organization's just, it's not necessarily working towards the same goal. But anyway, I feel like if we can just freeze Unity at like 2018. Maybe 2021. I don't know. I usually need to find reasons to upgrade. Man, it's 6:55. I need to go. I gotta go. I'm on way too late. And it's hot, and I'm sweating. And, you know, I don't smell food yet, but that doesn't mean it's not coming. 24-hour stream? And maybe someday. I need quality content for that. Something that would actually take time and not completely deplete my ability to think. Could you imagine developing for 24 hours straight? Yag, hi Yag. How are you? How's your weekend? I feel like you're solidly in weekend territory now. You know, I've had this thought in my head, like we should start some internet drama. So I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna get out of the way. Yag, something inappropriate. There you go. Now you can go around and say that Danger said something inappropriate to you. And we can start just a little bit of internet drama. I don't want to be a villain, but like, there we go. Stoking the fires. Yeah, with that, time just keeps ticking. It's crazy. See? Grimy knows. Grimy knows. Spread the drama. It'll be resolved by Monday, I'm sure. Damn, what did he say? Perfect. Man, I just don't want to repeat it. It was just something inappropriate. Or not. Or we could never do this. We could just back off entirely. Because why? You're sleepy? You just woke up? That's exciting. You have the whole day ahead of you? The Unity was amazing? I do not. You take that back right now. Man. Unity was amazing. During the time that it was amazing, it definitely was that. Anyway. Yeah, I'm sweating bullets. And I'm hungry. If someone told you that, you would say, no shot, he said that. It's good to know that your friends know you as a character, you know? Get that trust going. You have the whole day ahead, 10 hours of which are going to be spent in Wheelie's 10-hour stream. Oh, fun. Wait, is Wheelie on now? I don't trust my following list anymore. I don't think it actually updates. We're right now in the pivotal point where we can raid anybody. Not yet? Okay, that's fair. Oh, well, maybe someday. I don't think I've ever been in a Wheelie stream. I'm gonna have to remedy that. In 3 hours? Yo, in 3 hours? I'm probably gonna be back to my computer. It might be 4. And you. But he's funny as hell? I mean, he's definitely one of the stream fam. I would imagine he has a good sense of humor. They have a good sense of humor. And the assumptions I'm making. I'm the worst. So yeah. We're gonna raid. Fuck out. Thank you all my lurkers, my chatters, my VOD watchers. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'll see you again on Monday between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can check on Discord, link in the description below. Not if you're on YouTube though. That's on Twitch. Come to Twitch. Come say hi. Yeah. Hope y'all have a great weekend. I'll see you around Discord, the internet, wherever. Thank you very much. Bye bye.